I'm dreaming.
Oh, hello, hello, hello. How's everyone doing out there, ladies and gents? Hope everyone's doing well today. Hope everyone's having a good day, chilling. Hey, good day, everyone. How is everyone? Hope everyone is living beautifully, having a grand old time. Oh, that sounds ominous. There we go. We've got new information today. New information. Let's do this. Oh, there we go. New information today about the new World of Warcraft TBC release date. That's right. That's right. Here's what we're going to do. Let's go. I need to just come a little bit that way. Alrighty then. Let's go down the list. Comments we'll read. Some comments. I bet people are going to be crazy. New features that await us in TBC. Blood Elves, Draenei, we knew that. Standalone purchase. This is new. On pre-patch day, now there's a standalone boost that you can buy that's not part of the bundle that everybody else had to get. Uh-oh. And, yeah, we got flying mounts, all the stuff we knew we were going to get. But, if we just go right on down here, this is the crazy part. So, Blood Elf and Draenei characters can now use the boost. Last time around, there was no boost. This time around, there's boosts for Blood Elf and Draenei, which I think I'm okay with. A lot of people are saying, you know, you should have to level them. I'm okay with it. I think we're fine. How many times do we need to like re-level in 3 weeks and like rushing? I get people have been prepping for this. Maybe they could have let people know sooner. Sure. But people have been prepping. People are going to prep for whatever. You know, people are crazy. They're going to do some shit anyway. So that's where we're at. I was going to boost a warrior. I'm tempted to boost a pally, but I think I'm going to stick warrior. You know what I'm saying? I think we're just going to stick with warrior. I was watching some pally stuff today. It looks awesome. It looks really good. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll hop on the PTR a little bit as well and see. And we'll see how we're feeling. Maybe look at some abilities, talent trees, and stuff. Maybe we can watch a couple videos about which tanks do better and what, because I want a tank. And pallies are pretty good in TBC and PvP as well, because they get some decent CC, a lot of utility, maybe even better in PvP than warrior, just because all their shit that they can do, so much utility. So we might be boosting a paladin. I don't know if I can sell my mount, because I bought a mount on this guy. So we'll pull up. There it is. Let's go ahead and pull up the PTR as well. So I actually tried to sell my mount earlier, and somebody said that I could write a ticket through WoW. So if we get the ticket sold and we can sell our mount, that would be awesome. So let's find that out. What type of issue? In-game issue. Items and mail. See, none of these are the actual issue. Character problem, maybe? Sea of Thieves, like, we're talking about WoW. This. Technical troubleshooting. We'll send a message. See, it's not even technical, though. Where would I do this? Oh well. We'll worry about it later. Maybe we'll find a good spot. Or maybe somebody will actually buy it. What was this guy talking about? Anyway, I'm pretty sold on playing Warrior anyway. It's not gonna be as sought after as Paladin, but I like Warrior. It's gonna be fun. So I think we're just gonna stick with it anyway. We'll still watch some videos because I'm very indecisive. I can change my mind just like that. Cool. Let's hit this up. So I found out a way to transfer all of my macros from my other character to this character, but all of them didn't work. Not all of them worked. So what we're gonna do is, yeah, that's right. Get out of my face. Don't run up on me like that. I transferred all my macros, but because my macros are on a lower, see, disarm will probably work. Like the Ren ranks don't line up, so I gotta do some stuff. See, that'll be Ren rank 8, and because I can't downrank on this, because retail doesn't allow downranking, so like that's probably why as well. It would work otherwise. Overpower here, boom. Retail works, should work. Oh, let's see. We've got where's the hamstring? There's hamstring. Rank 4. Charge rank 3. We got shield block. Shield block. Boom, we're good there. Oh, revenge. Yeah, that was an issue, even though we got, that's just a shield. Sweeping strikes, I don't have. Shield wall. Okay. Oh, shield wall and 4. Beauty, that'll work. Execute should be. Why does this game keep crashing? All right, so those macros didn't transfer. It didn't work. Why does it gotta be doing that? Holy shit, ladies and gents! Crazy update. My food is on the way. Craziness. Let's try to get back on here. And what we're going to do is go play on the hardcore server, where I've got a little bit higher of a warrior that I can practice some shit. Let's go here. Doom Howl. Alright, now I gotta go back over to Desolus, or no, down here, kill that shit. I'll probably run down and get the flight path. we'll see where we're at from there. Almost 25. Wanna buy port from Org to Kargath. Good luck, bro. Think there's just warlocks hanging out, or shit, I should have got the flight path yesterday. Shit. Alright, we're back on the warrior. See if the macro is saved. I don't have high hopes. Let's see. Cute was. Nope. They didn't change. Let's execute. Rank 7. Thunderclap. Goes here. Rank 7. Hamstring is rank 4. I had a heroic strike macro. No. Where it is. Overpower rank 4, that didn't save. Got a revenge, rank 8. Kick is blank. What we'll do is, I know how to do this now. It's gonna take a second, but I need to figure out, I can just tab between, and I'm gonna have to go and see what stances all these abilities are in, right? I know that I need to be in a certain stance, and I can start building my layout for my actual warrior. And then I'll just have all the stances, so you can swap stances, and then I'll do abilities based on what level and what rank they are once I boost. Hell yeah. So we'll be like pretty much, what's up, BruteBard? How's it going, man? How's it going? Yeah, we're just chilling. I was talking to you earlier about Paladin. I'm just gonna play warrior, I think. I think that's kind of what I'm leaning towards, heading down that path, you know? But the macro thing that I was doing, tested, it didn't work. I mean, it did work. All my macros transferred over, but since it was like a lower level character, it's all different ranks. They're like lower ranks. And since this is the retail like frames and stuff, you can't downrank spells. It doesn't let you. You have to use max rank. So it's dumb. It's dumb. But now I have a plan on what I'm gonna do with my warrior on classic. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense because it is saved by rank and stuff. Yeah. But like I can still transfer and it'll have all my stances. That's like the main thing too, honestly, is like keeping what stance I need to swap to, and then I can just kind of like click on. What's all, dude?
What's up, man?
Chilling.
Nice.
How be the leveling?
I'm loading her up now. Gonna lock in.
Also,
I got it about halfway to 27 last night. Almost 27.
Damn. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Well, and you'll have like an extra week now in the PTR,
Yeah,
which is like, that's probably gonna help a lot.
Which I was doing the math on that too, and I'm like, honestly, I'm gonna keep grinding through that, and I'm probably gonna hit 60 like as TBC drops.
Which is, yeah,
It's perfect.
yeah. It's
perfect.
I was about to say it's probably about right.
Yeah.
I mean, you can get through at 58, so it's like as long as you can hit 58, you'll be fine as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll definitely hit 58. If I can hit my goal by this weekend, which is 39, by end of night Sunday, I'll be in good shape. Obviously, 40 would be preferable because I can grab mine now. And then once pre-patch drops, I've got a mount and added XP and all that business.
Yeah. Yeah, I was looking. I typed in chat like trying to sell my mount because that's when I was
Yeah.
like, if I can sell them out, maybe I'll do a pally. So it's like I'm not losing out on all that gold. And somebody was like, yeah, you can just write a ticket. And then I was like looking at all the ticketing stuff, and I'm like, I'm just gonna go through all this trouble, and I still might. I'm probably just gonna pick warrior anyway. It's like I'm just gonna, I'll just make my mind up now and not be like struggling with the choice.
That's the one thing I would say about pally is you might just be bored.
Which, I mean,
'Cause there's a
they're
lot
really
less
good
going
tanks. I mean, you
No, for
literally
sure.
just consecrate and then you're like sealed. You're, you know, I don't know. I was
Yeah,
watching a few
you just-
videos, but
You literally, there's like an add-on that like, you click one button and it like throws all your buffs on everybody and everything. Like,
yeah, I was looking.
makes it-
That was another thing that killed me. Too. I was like looking at all the abilities because I was in the PTR. I was
Yeah.
like, oh, level 70. Just see everything. And I was like, yeah, I forgot that I need to like put a blessing on every single character, like
Yeah.
every single person. And
But there is an add-on where you just click a button and like the whole raid
yeah,
gets the blessing.
it's like even then, I don't even want to have to think about it. I'm just like,
For sure. It's a bit. It was as DPS. It was fine because I was like, I had nothing else to really worry about. It was like, just buff everybody
yeah.
whenever before raid starts and like halfway through. But as a tank, you're gonna have a lot more going on probably.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, honestly,
Both
I
will.
don't think the rotation's gonna be crazy hard for tanking.
Yeah.
Like, I'm literally gonna thunderclap, do my devastate. I might throw in a whirlwind just for fun, even though it's like it's not like part of the actual rotation. I'll probably just do it for me, just to switch it up. But yeah,
Yeah, I was looking at mine and it's like I was looking at like basically what my TBC rotation is for raids
Well,
when healing.
I was also
And
looking.
it's a decent amount of shit going on. It's very.
Well, you get.
So you have like AOE heals. You have like.
I was about to say, and apparently there's no cooldown on your big circle of prayer or healing or something. I just saw it on a video. And it's like it's just a big AOE.
I think because you use in tandem with it, you use inner focus.
Okay.
Is it inner focus? No, I don't. I'm actually wrong about that. So the cooldown is insta. That's kind of nuts.
That's what somebody, because I saw the video and they were like, priests can just spam this AoE heal. And I was like, what? It's probably like super
I
high
think that
mana.
is. I think it is in tandem with inner focus. Yeah, because inner focus, when activated, reduces the mana cost of your next spell by 100% and increases the critical effect chance by 25%.
Damn.
So I think that was the one I was reading.
Well,
you pop inner focus, you hit that, and it like heals the whole group, basically.
and it's like no mana. It's like free.
Yeah, it's
kind of wild.
It's a free hit.
I also saw that shadow priests are like sought after because you're like even a better
Utility.
mana battery than a
Yeah,
shaman.
then a
It's like-
shaman.
yeah, it's like they have like whatever ability it is that like just gets mana back for their group. It's like that's kind of sick. No matter what, you kind of have a spot if you need. Well, clearly intercept is not working. Didn't I just fix that macro? Intercept, rank 1? I thought I just did that one. Did I get distracted? I probably did. Probably did that without actually. There we go. So open. Bleed. Boom. Couple of these, sure, whatever. Those actually would be that for Sunders. I got that. Switch stances. Boom. Get in there. Boom. Same strength I need. Alt 1. Alt 1. I need. Thunder clap. Need to figure out where's my shield block. Like kick. I need to make sure I can kick. I don't think kick has anything. Kick has got nothing. So we're gonna go here. We need to be in defensive stance. So we put there it is. So we'll do this, boom, copy, and then we'll go to kick, paste, boom, and then shield wall will now be shield bash, save, shield wall, no, yeah, okay, boom. Alright, so I can get in, boom. I'm gonna hit it with one of those. And then I don't have a whirlwind one yet, but I would go boom, whirlwind if I had enough. Boom, then I'd go back there. I think I can do that in defensive stance too, which is what I probably should make it. Boom, that. Shift 2. Spell reflect if need be. Mocking blows. Alt C. Should be Alt C. Alt C is that. Whew, I'm gonna have to mess with some key binds. I'm gonna have to really get fluid with this again. It's gonna be a minute. Just gotta kind of compare everything with what it would be if it was on a shaman, and kind of like think of, because my shaman keybinds I got down pat. This I have to do some stuffs. Boom, boom. I got R. Shift R. Boom. That thing. I got this. I'm back in there. Boom. I don't have this ready, but I would, and it would probably be something else. Control Z maybe. What is that, piercing hell? Dazed. Reduce their movement speed. No way. I thought this was I can spam that shit. No way. I thought that was this. Oh, okay. Reducing movement speed. Okay, so that's cool to know actually. That's what that should be. Boom. Mocking blow there? Sure, because Death Wish. That should actually be there, and then this is like my get out of jail. I'd have to figure out another one for retail. Yeah, we're getting down there. We're getting down to the nitty gritty. The nitty gritty. Alright, let's get here. Boom. 17 and 20. Hate to see it. I'm not making that. Maybe I am making that. Would I have made that? I think I would have, but better safe than sorry, as they say in hardcore. Silithid pox. A lot of people die here, a lot of people die there and there. Ooh. Not many people dying out here though, honestly, not bad. Not the woods. There we go.
Are you in a position to help me with something or no?
Yeah. Let me log out. I'm actually on the hardcore character. I was just fucking around to practice like a higher
I'm
level.
in
warrior.
Ashenvale. I don't know if you're.
I don't have the flight path there. I can get to Crossroads though and run up.
Okay. I think you can take the Orgrimmar. The alternate exit or whatever. I think that gets you here. You like follow a little river, it brings you. Yeah, for sure. I did that last night.
You might have to guide me a little bit, but
It's
that's
the
fine.
quickest, for sure.
I've never been out that way
Yeah, me neither.
until Rested XP told you.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking geniuses. Let me just make sure I'm repaired on everything. Yeah, let me repair real quick and then I'll be good. Alright. Where is the exit out the back? Is it up in the Valley of Wisdom? Or the Valley
It's up by the priest area. It's like the up top.
Valley of Wisdom,
the
most likely.
Valley of Spirits. No, Valley of Spirits. See,
Oh,
there's
down
an
here.
exit out there.
Oh, this exit. No way. I've never even
Valley of Spirits.
never hit that one. Yeah.
It also if you just take the path from there, it brings you to like the most northern part of Crossroads. And but there's a way you can go where you like follow this river and it brings you right to Ashenvale.
All right, we'll see. Just glad I'm high enough level to actually like help you do shit still. So you'll be surpassing me very soon, I'm sure.
I mean, this guy's gonna be tough. He's a 31.
Oh, was it the tree,
We'll-
the big
we'll
guy
take
up in the tower?
Nah, he's just like a dragon thing that's flying around.
Oh, okay.
I've got him here, but I just am struggling killing him. And it's like, it tells you to
Group.
get him to at least half health and then drag him into the guards, but it's tough because he's on like a flight path and you have to wait for him to get like right
Close.
near there, and you have to get him 50% health, which is a bit of a task on its own.
I am on the way. I'm also moving at 40% speed, so it probably won't take super long.
Ooh. Oh, 40 plus, yeah.
Yeah, Shaman Wolf form is a little busted early, dude. You get it at 20.
It's pretty dope.
Alright, so I'm gonna take right or left here.
I believe you take a right and follow the river, if I'm not mistaken. You like go down
Oh yeah,
that
it's gonna
path, and I think
spit
there's
me
a
out up
river.
here about the. Okay.
And you follow that river. It doesn't seem like you should, but you follow that river like on the left-hand side of it. Like you're about to.
Yeah, it'd be like up there. By the war camp or whatever, or the lumber camp.
Yeah. There's some high-level shit, so be careful.
Oh, I'm fast as fuck, boy. I mean, I ran through BRD
yeah,
yesterday.
you'll be
I
fine.
ain't scared. Until I die, and then I'll be like, shit.
Nah, it'll be fun. I forget you have wolf form, so.
And the totem, bro. I got question marks off me with the totem yesterday and still wolfed out. It's like, that's just disgusting.
What's your character's name?
Brute Bolt. Get it?
Yeah, I get it.
Okay, well, don't sound. Scheiße. Oh, Scheiße. Oh, it's just so old. I fell in the water. No, I'm missing the jump.
You think you need to go back and get on the road? Get on that. Nice.
Oh, sneaky. Oh, that I've ever even been over here before. There's a whole fucking horde area over here. Never go over that far.
Well, you owe me $1 for divulging the information. I'm not supposed to tell anybody.
$1? When am I gonna find a deer at this hour?
Yeah, deer's gonna be a lot more expensive than just giving me $1.
Oh, $1.
Hey,
Man,
you
there's,
see
like,
where I'm at, man?
Bell guards.
Yeah, I know. That's the first time I've seen those over there. I was like, wait, I don't think I've ever seen these before.
Because I never take these roads, so.
It's a lot quicker, especially if you don't have the flight path. It's just like, just go to Overmar and you can just kind of run up there.
Yeah, better than flying
not
to
too far.
Porg, running or flying to
Crossroads, run it all the way up. It's a fucking long run.
Oh, hey, I see ya.
Nice. I got the guy mooned over here. Following him.
Oh, this guy. Yeah, Sharptown. I remember this Mofk.
Yeah. Let him get up a little bit so these slimes don't. Oh, hey there.
Shit.
Alright, let's kill this fool.
Drop that little ooze behind you.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's on my shit, but that's okay.
Good shit. Thank you for that.
Of course. He kind of scared me when he's red and he just turned real quick. I was like, oh, actually, this isn't going to be just fucking walk up to him and kill him. But it kind of was.
This is the first guy they have you kill here. They're like, get this quest, and then...
Dude, and get it out of the way, because it is... I mean, usually there's a fuck ton of people here, so kind of...
But you got to get him, so he goes all the way down this way, and then cuts around right, and he gets kind of close to the town. So you got to get him down there, get him to 50%, and then pull him to the guards.
Yeah.
Which is kind of a bit much.
Pain in the ace. Wait, is that a quest? The Stone Talon? Or the Sharp Talon or whatever?
Yeah. Let's see if I can share it.
It's too late. I'm not going to get the item. I didn't think about it.
The item?
The claw.
Oh, off of him? Can you go... Well, I didn't... The item just gives you the quest.
Oh.
Like you kill him to get the Sharp Talon's Claw.
Oh, see if you can share it. Yeah. Share whatever you have completed, maybe. If not, no big deal.
I didn't... Okay, let's see. Nah, I can't share it.
I figured. It's fine. I'm not worried about it anyway.
But I was thinking, can you just get the claw off of him? Or
there wasn't a
did you
claw
try
on
and
him for
search
me. It
for
was
that?
only the...
Okay, so I must have had a quest. Alright. I thought it was just a thing. Dude, this shit does crazy shit. Like, you know the quest where you have to get, like, the shield, the dagger, and the wand off the Quillbore guys?
Yeah.
It didn't even have me pick up that quest. It just had me, like, farming it, and it was putting a bag next to them as if I had the quest.
So it's
It
like
was
it
super
knew
dope, dude.
what, yeah, it knew you needed it for the
Yeah,
quest,
it was like,
but
these are
like,
the ones, and it put
you
the
don't have
little
to pick
bag
it up
symbol
yet.
above them. Like, you need an item off this, but I didn't have the quest yet. And I went and picked it up and then turned it in. I'm like, dude, this is...
yeah,
They did a good job of this add-on.
they don't fuck around.
Can't say enough good things about it. Alright, well, thank you, bro.
Of course.
Good luck on your journeys.
Are you Gooch?
I am Gooch. Thank you.
Hell yeah. Let me know if you need anything else. I'm your wolf.
Appreciate it. That's big, because I was calling out in the Asheville chat. I was like, somebody please help me kill this thing. Crickets.
It's
And
dead.
we still at
It's
work.
Deadsville. Yeah. Oh, we're getting to settle now, boys. I think so. Ew. Pups, take it easy. Got some barking dogs outside. Oh, chat, my food's gonna be here soon. I am hungry and I need to chow. I'm gonna chow horde.
Holy shit, you have so many level 70s. It's so cool looking.
Yeah, I've been grinding really hard to get those.
Yeah, dude, you've really been grinding. You have no life.
I've been really getting after it on this private server. Food is almost here, dude. I'm so hungry. Oh, this isn't one I warrior. Attacking fuel. I hate him, I hate him, and I hate him.
Scary. You know what you know what the biggest help of this is though? It's the getting you to part, because there's a couple spots when you're leveling where it's tough to find quests like in an area, in like one good grouped area.
Yeah.
It's a couple times where you're like struggling. And this thing definitely has its little tricks to get around that. Yeah.
Do you have the arrow that like actually points you?
Mm-hmm. I have it real small up at the top, just
to have.
Yeah. Just mindlessly follow an arrow.
Why not? Oh, let's get ready to watch some YouTube since my food's close. And let's just watch a TBC Warrior. Metagoblin made one 3 weeks ago. The only warrior leveling god you'll need for TBC anniversary. Trust me. I like Metagoblin, but I'm not gonna watch that one. I'm gonna watch this guy, Karthwow, because I haven't heard of him, and I guarantee he goes deep in the paint.
A little bit. Food buff. What's going on, guys?
What's going on, Karth? How are you, bud? All right, let's kill the music for a segundo. Alright, let's crack right into it, huh? Oh, ew.
It's Karth, and
It's Karth.
Today I'm going to be doing my WoW Burning Crusade Warrior Guide. This is going to be a comprehensive overview of the strengths and weaknesses of Warrior going into Burning Crusade, some of the biggest class changes, some of the new abilities, roles, stuff like that. I'm going to be doing this in a little bit of a different format from my Warlock guide. I realized that guide was very death by PowerPoint, and I don't want to kind of bore you super to death with just slide after slide after slide. With that being said, some of the stuff will be like talent information, stuff like that, going over some consumables, professions, you know, the works as you go through your warrior journey, carrying on from vanilla. With that being said, let's go ahead and get started. So, some of the biggest changes moving from vanilla is that you will have a much different talent setup. Biggest notes is that Death Wish has actually moved positions from the Fury tree over to the Arms tree. I'll get into like talent specifically at a later point in the video. First couple things I want to talk about are some of the new abilities. Some of those include Intervene, You will also see Commanding Shout. Intervene is the charge ability that you use at a friendly target. It reads run at a high speed towards a party member, intercepting the next melee or ranged attack made against them. Commanding Shout is a buff that you put on your party, very similar to Battle Shout, except that this one is a health benefit. If you're running 2 warriors in a physical group, which is not entirely uncommon, one will usually be doing Commanding Shout and another will be doing Battle Shout. Spell Reflect comes in TBC, a lot more of a PvP focused talent, but still can be used in certain niche cases, especially if you're playing Protection. And then finally, Victory Rush. Great ability for leveling. You can find some use in raiding and stuff like that. It doesn't heal you as it does in some later expansions, but it does a decent chunk of damage. Like I said, it's very useful for leveling, not so much in PvE raiding and dungeon cleaving, stuff like that. So with that all out the way, like abilities first, I'm gonna go ahead and get started on the talents. I think this is one of the biggest points that warrior actually benefits from, especially with Fury Warrior, which is going to be my primary focus in this video. So Fury has gone through some talent positioning changes, as I mentioned. Death Wish and Sweeping Strikes have swapped places in the talent tree.
Oh.
But as this, as you can see up on screen, that does mean that you will be able to pick up like
here's the thing, I missed
warrior
all that,
guide
so I'm gonna
as you as you go through your warrior journey, carrying on from vanilla. With that being said, let's go ahead and get started. So some of the biggest changes moving from vanilla is that you will have a much different talent setup. Biggest notes is that Death Wish has actually moved positions from the Fury tree over to the Arms tree. I'll get into like talent specifically at a later point in the video. First couple things I want to talk about are some of the new abilities. Some of those include Intervene. You will also see Commanding Shout. Intervene is the charge ability that you use at a friendly target. It reads run at a high speed towards a party member, intercepting the next melee or ranged attack made against them. Commanding Shout is a buff that you put on your party, very similar to Battle Shout, except that this one is a health benefit. If you're running 2 warriors in a physical group, which is not entirely uncommon, one will usually be doing Commanding Shout and another will be doing Battle Shout. Spell Reflect comes in TBC, a lot more of a PvP focused talent, but still can be used in certain niche cases, especially if you're playing Protection. And then finally, Victory Rush. Great ability for leveling. You can find some use in raiding and stuff like that. It doesn't heal you as it does in some later expansions, but it does a decent chunk of damage. Like I said, it's very useful for leveling, not so much in PvE raiding and dungeon cleaving, stuff like that. So with that all out the way, like abilities first, I'm gonna go ahead and get started on the talents. I think this is one of the biggest points that warrior actually benefits from, especially with Fury Warrior, which is going to be my primary focus in this video. So Fury has gone through some talent positioning changes, as I mentioned. Death Wish and Sweeping Strikes have swapped places in the talent tree. But as this, as you can see up on screen, that does mean that you will be able to pick up like Sweeping Strikes and Death Wish in the same talent build. There are certain talent builds that will run not Death Wish and play Rampage instead. I highly discourage playing this. It's not It's not nearly as consistent as Death Wish, especially if you're raiding at like a decent caliber. The kill times will highly favor Death Wish, and just having a cooldown as opposed to a static buff is just a much better feeling as a player for me personally. So going through some of these talents very quickly, Cruelty is the same as it was, 5% crit. There's very much an argument to play Booming Voice instead of Unbridled Wrath. His death opponent, really awesome like a decent caliber. The kill times will highly favor Death Wish, and just having a cooldown as opposed to a static buff is just a much better feeling as a player for me personally. So going through some of these talents very quickly, Cruelty is the same as it was, 5% crit. There's very much an argument to play Booming Voice instead of Unbridled Wrath. Just as a, playing Booming Voice, especially if you're the warrior keeping up Demo Shout and stuff like that, which is not uncommon in TBC, it's very reasonable to play Booming Voice. Your Feral Druid is also willing to put up Demo Roar in most cases, so depending on like how your raid wants to play it. Commanding Presence is an easy 5 points. It increases the melee attack bar bonus of Battle Shout and the health bonus to Commanding Shout. The biggest note there is obviously Battle Shout. Improved Cleave, do not get baited by this ability. If any of you are playing vanilla right now, you know that this ability is not good, or this talent is not good. It looks very, very good, but the bonus damage done is only counting for the actual like baseline ability damage. It's not the actual damage of your cleave ability, so it's a very very deceptive talent. It's not good. Dual build spec, same thing, 25% offhand damage. Enrage is essentially the same thing. You gain a lot of damage after being victim of a critical strike. It's nice if you snag aggro for a little bit off of a mob, something like that. Here are Sweeping Strikes, usually placed over in the arms tree. Your next 10 melee attacks will strike an additional opponent. Really awesome combination with like Whirlwind, stuff like that. Even Cleave, it's a really satisfying ability to press.
It is. That's true.
Yeah, no, it's good. Weapon Mastery, this is a new talent. Reduces the chance for your attacks to be dodged by 2%, and reduces the duration of all disarm effects against you by 50%. But the primary thing here is obviously the dodge reduction rate. It's nice. It helps with, you know, not wasting a bloodthirst to a dodge. It's not a great feeling to have your primary damage to just be avoided by the boss and then just not get nothing for it.
Not get nothing for it.
Weapon skill gets removed in TPC, like weapon skill bonuses from gear, that gets replaced with expertise. So this is essentially giving you like expertise percentage as opposed to rating. Expertise rating is what you use to actually gain dodge reduction. Flurry, same thing, awesome talent. After you get a crit, you get 25% haste. 5 of 5 for sure. Bloodthirst, same thing in vanilla. Obviously it has a set damage value here in the talent tree, but it scales with attack power as far as I remember. It's still very, very good. I have 1 out of 2 improved Whirlwind. The reason for this is just how the talent points kind of play out. You can't really get a second point in improved Whirlwind unless you take a point out of Berserker Stance, which you just don't want to do. So just 1 of 2 on here is fine. And then 5 of 5 in Berserker Stance, because it's just 10% flat AP and 10% threat reduction in Berserker Stance. It's just very, very good. Moving over to the arms tree, Heroic Strike. Obviously, like, Heroic Strike's kind of your filler, so getting rage cost reduction on that is nice. I actually take 3 of 5 deflection instead of rend, because rend is never pressed, and parries can actually increase your DPS if you manage to parry a mob. It'll cut your swing timer by half. On here it has 3 of 3 Thunderclap. I would actually recommend going 2 of 5 Charge, and then maybe 1 of 3 T-Clap. So if you wanted to play it like that, it's a solid enough pick, because Imp Charge, while it is niche, I think it's still a little bit better than T-Clap. T-Clap is nice if you need to apply it for a boss or something along those lines, but other than that, I would personally probably play Improved Charge. Iron Will.
Say that again?
Trials on Arc Raiders. I wonder if they finished that last season.
Oh yeah.
Might have dropped rank.
Probably.
On that one.
Oh shit, yeah, I didn't think about it. Yeah, I might pop on and give it a gook in a bit. After I eat and see. Because we didn't do any on that one. Yeah, this last one.
Yeah, we didn't.
I didn't.
We don't have shit.
That was very nice. Obviously, Orc Stun Resist is still a thing, but having the Iron Will to actually stack up like more stun reduction or stun resist chance can be nice for certain boss fights. Anger Management, just additional rage gen. Deep Wounds. Deep Wounds, I believe, still doesn't extend in TBC. I believe that's Wrath that Deep Wounds will actually roll. I could be wrong about that. I'll have to double check, but so 3 of 3. It's Impale, which is a very, very strong ability. It just gives you 20% crit strike damage. Very, very good. And then Death Wish, obviously, great, great CD. If you're playing vanilla, you know that very well. So that is the Fury talent setup. But moving onward to the arms tree, you're gonna play something like this for an arms spec. Okay. Now, I have to mention Kebab Warrior. It was a spec that was kind of developed over the course of TBC, and the main premise of it is essentially just playing dual wield arms. It's very, very good. I wouldn't necessarily recommend playing it if you're new to Warrior, but if you feel like it's something that might interest you, it's not a bad pick by any means. This right here is actually a two-handed arms talent spec, as you can see, because you're playing two-handed weapon spec. Two-handed arms is not overtly bad, but on single target, Kebab definitely outperforms it. So some of the honorable mentions in this talent tree are Sword Spec. It's essentially just Wind Fury that you can proc for yourself if you're using swords. You can play Mace or Poleaxe depending on which weapon type you are using. More often than not, you're going to be playing your swords because of your offhand, and Mace Spec is just not really that useful. Still playing Death Wish. Improved Disciplines is actually kind of neat. It will reduce the CD of Retail, Wreck, and Shield Wall by 7 minutes and increase its duration. If you have 3 of 3, it'll take it the whole way to 10 minutes and increase the duration by 6 seconds. But the more time you're spending in arms, the less points you're getting into Flurry, which is kind of unfortunate. You're playing Mortal Strike instead of Bloodthirst, and then the most notable pickup here is Blood Frenzy. You have to get Blood Frenzy. And Arms Warrior is a debuff / support spec, if you want to call it that. So you are going to pick up Blood Frenzy to sort of apply your raid benefit to the boss, which is 4% increased physical damage. And then your rotation priority is very similar to Fury. The only difference is you would swap out Mortal Strike for Bloodthirst, and then you would actually press Slam if your swing is over 2.5 seconds away from the target, and then after 2.5 seconds you actually replace Slam with Heroic Strike, because Slam is still a pretty hard hitting ability in arms. You just wouldn't press it in Fury. Moving onward to protection. So I would personally recommend this setup, or this style of setup. There are Fury prot like talents that people have kind of messed with, but to be completely honest with you, if you see a protection warrior, it's already going to be kind of a rare sight to behold, just in general. So I would just recommend playing something like this. Some of the highlights here are like Devastate, one hand spec, just increase additional damage. Devastate actually applies Sunder armor, which is kind of nice. So if you are playing a prot warrior, then your DPS warriors don't particularly need to worry about sundering too much. On bosses, on trash you should still sunder. But as a tank warrior, you will primarily be the one applying the sunders. And then you're coming over to arms to pick up Impale, you're grabbing some crit chance with Cruelty. And then you kind of got this pretty beefy setup. It's a deep prot setup. Like I said, there are kind of Fury prot like setups that people have played, but generally speaking, you're just gonna run a Bear Druid anyways. So it's not gonna be like very common that you see like pure prot warriors.
You will now.
So some of the tips and tricks for warrior is Heroic Strike queuing is still in the game with very similar functionalities. If Heroic Strike is queued, your offhand will not miss. So bear that in mind. Same idea with Cleave. Another big thing is because Whirlwind now strikes with both weapons, you're actually going to play two slow weapons as opposed to in vanilla you're going to play a slow and a fast. The only exception is if you play Glaives. If you play Glaives, you're going to play one main hand slow and one main hand fast, just because the Glaives are the weapon speed that they are. But just having the set of them is just really strong, so it doesn't really account for the loss of damage you'd experience from like your Whirlwind hitting a little bit less. Moving on to professions. For warrior, you're going to want to play blacksmithing because of Drake-Fixed Hammer or Dragon Strike. Those are your best main hand weapons until tier 6, when it'll obviously be Glaives, or there are some other options from tier 6, but obviously like your primary objective is Glaives as a warrior, but that's like a whole conversation you need to have with either your guild or if you're hosting a run, etc. The nice thing for warrior though is engineering. So the two best professions for warrior are blacksmithing and Engi. Engi still has sappers, they're still very good. You can play something like jewel crafting for the like specific gems and the Hardcorium choker that comes up in Sunwell. It's a very good neck. But yeah, generally speaking though, blacksmithing Engi is your go-to. Moving on to the consumables that you're going to want to play. Some of these include Flask of Relentless Assault. It's a great solid 120 AP flask, and it persists through death. You can also run like a Mongoose Elixir Mongoose setup with, I believe there's a new Strength Elixir, but I personally would just play Relentless Assault the whole time. It's very good and solid, and like I said, it persists through death just in case you happen to have a rough raid. On the bright side though, there's no longer world buffs in the Burning Crusade, so you don't have to worry about just not being able to play the game anymore as a warrior if you end up inspecting the floor a little bit. Food buff, roasted clubhoof. You can also use Ravager Dog, but roasted clubhoof is generally what I would recommend because it's Blessing of Kings. So it is 20 strength and 20 spirit, whereas the Ravager Dog is 40 AP and 20 spirit. So the strength will obviously scale slightly higher because of Blessing of Kings. Haste pots are very, very, very good, but I will warn you that considering the economy that we are currently playing in, I expect us to be forking over some gold for haste spots in Anniversary TBC, to say the least. An alternative is the insane strength potion. I wouldn't actually recommend this in like any capacity. I just think the haste is just so much better. And then weapon enchants. Wind Fury is going to be in your enchanting your main hand. Well, not enchanting, but imbuing your main hand. But on the offhand, you can use either adamantite sharpening stones or weight stones, depending on whether you have a blunt or a sharp weapon. Another thing you're going to want is some scrolls. So scroll of strength 5 and agi 5. They don't stack with any other consumables, so I would recommend playing those. You know, it's just free extra damage. Can't really go wrong with it. So this is for Fury. The consumable list can also be applied to arms. One big thing as well is make sure if you are playing warrior that you are kind of in good terms with your guild, because warrior isn't the ultra powerhouse that you see in vanilla where you're playing like, you know, 20 of them and you're just like steaming through raids. The highest amount of warriors you're probably going to see in like a very general raid comp is probably 3. 1 arms and 2 fury. There are comps that play much more than that, but it's not the it's definitely not the norm to play that many. So, you know, make sure that you're pretty committed to the play style and enjoying what you're doing, so that you can have a great experience moving through the Burning Crusade. I think that just about covers it. Like I said, I want to do a little bit of a different style of video for this guide. I don't want it to be like super long Death by PowerPoint style video. I just kind of wanted to give like general overview of warrior. Obviously, I spent a decent chunk of time focusing on Fury, but that is definitely like your highlight spec in TBC. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you all next time. Peace out.
Playing a warrior, to be honest, is just your sustainability. It is utter crap. You take damage from one mob and then like you do have to sit and eat quite a lot. So one way we can mitigate that is obviously having our first aid leveled up, and then what I've recommended here is to actually just mail yourself loads of heavy runecloth bandages, so that you always have some in the mailbox and you can go and get stocked up, because you don't want your inventory like maxed out with runecloth bandages, obviously, because then you don't have items to like loot and make gold while you're leveling. Be sure to like blood rage like between pulls to like maintain a high rage count, because what you want to try and do is like build rage between mobs. Normally build rage on one mob, but then you try and take on 2 mobs all at once if your gear is good enough on the second mob. So we want to be blood rage. What it does is it generates you rage, but also keeps you in combat so that there's no rage decay between mobs. Okay, and obviously you can be cheeky and build rage on critters between mobs as well. I've crossed out tip 2 and 5 here because they're crap, but let's have a little look at the next set of tips. So when I can actually get the video up. Oh yeah, so You definitely want a start attack macro, basically on all of your abilities. Sometimes you don't have rage to use an ability, and you're there just like sat there like a dummy, not actually attacking and generating rage. Put start attack macros and macro all of your abilities, because that is basically every warrior just needs to do that because it's amazing. And you can also use it for quick mob tagging. Can't speak all of a sudden, because that can be quite annoying. Yeah, other classes do have a massive advantage over you when it comes to mob tagging and getting their quest completed before you. So a start attack macro, what it can do is, like, when you're waiting for a mob to spawn, you can spam it, and sometimes you can steal it off a mage if you're quick enough. I've also recommended here to pull rage for whirlwind for mob tagging, because then you can actually tag, you know, multiple mobs all at once and steal them off other people trying to steal them off you. Remember to use intimidating shout if you need to run away. That can be quite useful from time to time. You've got your mount speed items as well. You want your carrot on a stick, mithril spurs, and the riding skill enchant, and then you can basically get the add-on auto carrot to basically auto equip them and de-equip them every time you mount and demount. And I love our number 10 on here. Number 10 is probably the best piece of advice, honestly, that I can give a warrior for leveling. Level up with a healer. Level up with a class that has some off healing, because when a warrior has the healer, they actually become an extremely fast leveler because they do so much damage. It's so instantaneous damage. It doesn't require mana. You're ready to pump and keep pumping forever. The only downside, obviously, is the fact that you don't generate health. There's no real way to heal other than blood craze and bloodthirst. You can, like, what I'm going to be experimenting with is actually having dual wielding healing proc weapons with lifesteal, and then also probably, because I'm not going to be massively well geared for the TBC launch. My warrior's still level 57 at this point. I am going to get set bonuses of tier 0.5, because that provides some healing. I might put a life stone on it as well, and I might get some strength and HP 5 items and stack all of them together to see if it's any good. But I'll get back to you on that, because I'm going to make an exclusive video about that to see how well you can make a warrior level up and grind with, like, all of these healing items equipped on the character. By the way, guys, if you're still trying to catch up for the TBC pre-patch, the best way by far to do that is to get a leveling add-on, which just tells you exactly where to go in the exact right order to massively save time. I recently have been leveling with my friend who has absolutely zero experience with World of Warcraft, and we actually managed to get to like level 15 in 3.5 hours. It's ridiculously fast, grinding like 15k XP per hour. That low level is just ludicrous, and it's because of the guide. It will tell you where to die, okay, for certain skips, so you can skip massive walks. It tells you when to skip certain quests because you can complete that quest while doing another quest at the same time later. It tells you when to pre-prepare items to basically get instant quest turn-ins again later during the leveling journey. It saves you so much time because it gives you all of that knowledge that you don't know when you're jumping into World of Warcraft and playing the game. If you don't believe me, you can get up to level 20 totally for free by just getting the add-on off Curse Client. And if you do want to support the channel, be sure to click my link in the description to automatically get a really good discount on the Rested XP guide. Now, this is the optimal talent build, which is going to be the best for the majority of situations while leveling a warrior, just because Rampage is so good at the bottom of the Fury tree. You know, if you're maintaining Rampages often as you can, then yeah, it is a significant attack power boost and obviously a DPS increase. So then we off-spec into arms to obviously get impaled for increased crit damage. And obviously Enrage is pretty good here because we will be taking damage also. There's loads of different ways you can level as a warrior, to be honest, because I quite like getting tactical mastery in a protection tree, you know, for PvP situations, and I generally do like stance dancing quite a bit.
That was good. I needed
what I've
to
done,
eat,
guys,
and
is I have already uploaded a video, which is basically a big talent overview for every single scenario that you can possibly be in when leveling a warrior, whether you're, you know, just grinding dungeons in really good gear, whether you're trying to tank dungeons in really good gear, whether you're trying to tank dungeons in really crap boosted level 58 gear. It's got every scenario imagined, you know, for every optimal situation. So I'm going to leave that link in the description as well. I recommend checking that out. But this build here is basically going to be the best in the majority of situations. So when it comes to playstyle, you want to get this kind of pattern in your head. You pull one mob, and then you use that to build rage. You're a bit skimpy on rage, and you just get that mob down. Try and get about a good 50 rage for the second pull, and that's when you can pull 2 to 3 enemies. I'd only be pulling 3 enemies if the mobs are green, by the way, and you know you have very good cleave cooldowns available. And you kind of just rinse and repeat that, and obviously bandage and eat in between. when you've got a healer with you, you can just ignore all this and just try and cleave as many things as possible, and it becomes very, very quick and efficient indeed. But your general priority is Blood first, then Whirlwind, and then if you're over 50 Rage, you might want to squeeze in Heroic Strike so you don't waste Rage by obviously capping on Rage. And if you've got multiple enemies, you swap that with Cleave. And obviously we want to be using Sweeping Strikes on cooldown when we have multiple enemies available. I don't know why it says here only use Charge on 0 Rage, just use Charge whenever and swap stances all the time. Usually you're going to charge in battle stance with Charge and then swap to Berserker stance. But do bear in mind that in Berserker stance you take a lot more damage. And that is problematic when taking on multiple enemies. Again, it's very gear dependent because if you're trying to like face tank mobs a lot in Berserker stance with like boosted gear on, you're gonna have a rough time. Okay, and obviously keep a battle shout. Get a weak
pizza when you're
aura.
supposed to French route. You're gonna have a bad time
for my warrior. Because obviously keeping battle shout up 100% of the time is very important. It's a very short duration, unfortunately, which is quite irritating. So yeah. Now when it comes to gearing, remember, when you're in the high 60s, you want to actually start thinking about getting your pre-raid base gear for whether you're playing DPS or tank while you're in dungeons and stuff like that.
Well, sure.
And obviously, I've put down here, try and focus on getting your hit gear and your expertise gear early because this is a big DPS increase when you're leveling. And obviously, if you've been raiding in vanilla, you probably have a decent amount of hit gear already. Be sure to keep the hit pieces. Your hit pieces are the most valuable. And if you obviously are a boosted character, then yeah, you want to try and focus actually doing the quests that are going to grant you hit gear because that is going to be very, very useful. I've also got some leather gear here recommended, right, which isn't too bad. Okay, if it's got hit on it, it's going to be very valuable to you, but try not to equip too many mail or hit pieces because you really want that high armor. That's going to be the main thing that's like keeping you alive as a warrior because you have nothing else to keep you alive. So be sure you're always keeping your armor. Set bonuses of armor bonuses are also quite useful. Armor on rings and trinkets can be useful, particularly when you're obviously not using a shield and you want to go tanking without a shield. Usually, personally, while I'm leveling, I mean, I try not to have any more than 2 pieces of leather or mail gear. I try to go full plate. 3 leather or mail pieces, it's getting risky, to be honest, guys, because you are just going to take so much more damage, right? And then that is obviously going to, even though you might be doing more damage, you are reducing your efficiency quite a bit because the more damage you take, the more time you have to spend sitting and eating, which wastes time. Now, here's a list of classic gear to keep, but honestly, there's way more. This is my old guide, by the way. There's way better stuff than this to keep, but I've put down the life-giving gem and Styling's impending scarab because they're actually quite useful for tanking Karazhan and stuff like that. Apparently tier 3 gets buffed. I don't know why I wrote that down. Maybe someone in the comment section tell me about that. Obviously tier 2.5 is very good for warriors as well. But apart from this, I'm going to be keeping Ravager because Ravager, I have not been raiding in vanilla. So when TPC launches, I'm not going to have the most amazing gear, and Ravager is actually going to be quite good for, well, it's only really good when you're doing big AoE pulls, okay, because a normal level 60 weapon is probably going to be better, but still, it might actually give me a bit more DPS. I'm going to test that. Other good things are like the Diamond Flask because that gives you a decent buff that you can keep on your character.
He's talking about Ravager from
as well.
Ravager's
Mark of the Chosen's also pretty decent.
Scarlet Monastery, the one that spins you?
Get anything better because it actually does give you, 25 extra stamina, strength, and agility, which is pretty decent, and it lasts for a whole minute. So
yeah, he's going to use a level 40 item, a level 42 item.
Up from vanilla raids. Now, all my other guides,
in TBC
have like a little bit
that's
of
37. I get it spins and you get
when
your.
When it comes to the warrior, a lot of your
that would be insane if that works. It'd be good to know actually, because I'll just run back and
reputation gear
and get it.
From the
maybe
Scryer ring. Okay, so prioritize that. But really, just get everything to revered. Okay, get everything to revered so they can unlock heroics. A lot of your pre-base comes from heroics. The more heroics you have access to, the more groups you can join, and the more runs you can do to go and obtain your pre-raid best in slot gear, or even just gear, while you can't, while you're raid locked out. And there's always gear improvements that you can get from heroics, usually when you're a fresh level 70. So get everything to revered. And just smash the reps, honestly. I'm going to have a guide soon about how to do that before you even level 70. Well, we'll get honoured before level 70 anyway. But anyway, my name is Meta Goblin. Until my next video, ciao.
Oh, thanks, Meta. All right. Let's check this specific for warrior tank. Not. A quick meta guide. Hold up. Be a better warrior. Okay, sure. 10 minutes, 23 minutes. All right, let's, I know this guy. Ten years ago. Okay. I'll probably watch the beginning of this one.
If you played back in vanilla, then you already know. Warriors have long been the poster child for tanking in WoW.
What?
They're precise, reactive, and reward skilled play from the very beginning, right up until Kel'Thuzad falls.
Sure.
In TBC, they still bring amazing single-target threat and strong defensive cooldowns, but they aren't quite the only option anymore. Still, if you're looking for a tried-and-true tanking style with solid tools for unexpected situations, the Warrior might be exactly what you're looking for. Starting off with the strengths, Warriors have excellent single-target threat thanks to abilities like Devastate, Shield Slam, and Revenge. They're highly mobile with access to spells like Intervene, Charge, and Intercept. And they also have access to powerful cooldowns like Shield Wall and Last Stand, which are great for surviving clutch moments. Overall, warrior tanks are great in dungeons that require crowd control and target priority, and they scale very well with gear as you climb the rating tiers. That all said, warriors struggle with AoE threat compared to the other tanks. Thunderclap is decent, but it's limited to only 4 targets.
I didn't know that.
Because of this lack of AoE
I didn't read it.
warrior tanks require precise play to maintain aggro in large pulls.
That's right. That's
meaning
right.
that your DPS really need to behave themselves.
Fucking right. Lock it
Warriors
in, guys.
are also
Tune the fuck
very
up.
gear dependent, which makes things harder earlier on.
Eh.
Undergeared warriors can feel squishy and generate low threat.
Yeah.
Finally,
That'll be me.
warriors in general have less group utility compared to the other 2 tanks, which is even more so the case with dual spec being added in Anniversary.
Yeah.
Overall, warriors shine when there are fewer enemies to fight at once.
Sure.
They have tons of cooldowns and great mobility,
Sure.
making them a fun and dynamic class to play.
Nobody wants them.
They're extremely viable in raids, but require more gear and effort to match the power of Paladin AoE threat and Druid health pools and dodge.
Yeah.
If you like pulling half the room and holding aggro on everything, Protection Paladin
That's me!
are your jam.
Oh, man.
With the addition of a taunt ability and properly itemized gear, the Burning Crusade turns them into legitimate tanks. With the best AoE threat, powerful group utility, and easy dungeon dominance, they're a fantastic choice for anyone who loves efficiency, group support, and looking like a holy roller. Just keep an eye on your mana bar. Now for the strengths of the Paladin. As mentioned before, Paladin tanks have insane AoE threat generation.
Sure.
Spells like Consecration and Holy Shield, constantly damaging all enemies without a target limit, really make Paladins the go-to for multi-target
Yeesh.
tanking.
Yeah, sure.
In general, Paladins have good avoidance with the ability to dodge, parry, and most importantly, block attacks. They have consistent threat thanks to reduced mana issues in TBC. And finally, they have tons of utility. Blessings, Cleanse, Divine Intervention, and more.
Divine intervention? Oh, no.
That all said, there are a few weaknesses as well.
Okay, about time.
Because these tankadins are mana-based, threat can collapse if you go You need to make sure to keep a stack of mana potions at the ready.
Sure.
Prot
sure.
Paladins also have a lack of mitigation cooldowns like the Warrior's Shield Wall, meaning the class
Sure.
requires careful preparation instead of reaction.
I want reaction based.
Also, while they excel at AoE
Let me react.
tanking, their single target threat is not necessarily top tier.
Yeah,
especially if
let me
you're not
tank
taking any
girl,
hits to block.
Mactherodon. You guys handle the
And finally,
the
Paladin
backs.
tank lacks the mobility of warriors and druids.
Fucking right.
Overall, Paladins
this-
absolutely dominate trash
he
packs,
moving?
making them great for dungeons,
Yeah.
farming, and AoE heavy raid encounters.
Yeah.
They can be great main tanks for many bosses if geared well,
Sure.
but their lack of reactive cooldowns makes them trickier in some endgame fights.
Get the fuck out. I'm just kidding. I'm tempted to play Valley, but
Druids have always been known for their flexibility, but in TBC, bear tanks get much tougher. With massive armor, a huge health pool, and high threat output, bear druids bring a straightforward, no-nonsense tanking style that's great for soaking hits and surviving brutal encounters. They may lack a few of the utility tricks of warriors and paladins, but their sheer durability makes them a powerful tank choice. Taking a look at their strengths, bears have tons of armor and HP, making them able to soak up damage from the hardest hitting raid bosses of the Burning Crusade, like Magtheridon and Brutalis. In general, they have a very simple playstyle that has powerful threat generation through Lacerate, Swipe, and Maul. They have excellent single target threat, but also solid cleave threat with Swipe hitting 3 targets. Finally, bears can also swap to cat form to DPS without needing a respec or even a gear change,
that's true.
which is perfect for burst phases
That's
where
very
they're
true.
not actively tanking enemies. That all said, there are some weaknesses. Bears have quite different mitigation from the other 2 tanks.
Yeah, it's all dodge.
They can't parry, and no shield means no blocking.
True.
This lack of mitigation can make them prone to damage spikes if they get unlucky with dodging.
Sure, sure.
Bear tanks also have some limited utility compared to warriors and paladins.
Yeah, I guess so. Sure.
They have no interrupts or fear breaks, and they can't even use abilities
have an
like
interrupt.
Innovate or Rebirth while they're
Hold up. This motherfucker lying, because they have an interrupt in that they have the 2-second stun. Bash, right? They can just bash, and that's their stun. So, they have one. They have one.
tanking. They also have
They have
effectively 0 defensive cooldowns, instead relying on healers to keep them up no matter what.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Overall, druids are generally amazing main tanks for slow, hard-hitting bosses,
Sure.
and they have great off-tank potential due to their
Sure,
high
yeah.
threat and ability to shift forms. Their high stamina and armor lets
5
them soak
stars
big
all
hits,
around, huh?
and their strong sustained threat makes them reliable. Once geared up, they're extremely
Excuse
effective.
me.
So, there you have it.
Yeah, I'm playing Proud Warrior, 100%.
Yo, what's going on? Not here.
Yeah.
Guide again on the Prot Warrior this time. And I'm actually glad I left this one till near the end. There's quite a few cool niche things to go through, but I can't pretend it's all great news. As always, a little disclaimer, this is an overview and focuses on the things I wanted to know as a consumer before ultimately researching myself. First, the PvE basics, talents, stats, gameplay, that kind of thing. Following this, we'll finish up that part with a brief discussion on race choice, and then move on to the strengths and limitations of the spec, or put differently, in some cases, why you would or wouldn't want to play this spec. Finally, we'll take a broad overview of professions and PvP.
Yeah, I mean,
granular level detail.
the Druid seems strong, but I've played Druid tank before. Paladin seems good. I just don't want to have to deal with a mana bar, realistically. It's as simple as that. I don't want to have to deal with having to get, like, magical plate gear and, like, stat-wise, and I'm just going to stick it out Warrior. They're tough as fuck. They have a lot of CD, cool, like, defensive CDs, so I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'm a good player, and I like the reactive play. Warrior's reactive. Let me react!
Checking out a more specialized guide after you've checked out
Specialized guide.
So, let's get started with the talents, and as is often the case, there are a base selection of points that you need to take before things open up towards slightly different directions.
You're saying I need to have a certain amount of points?
You want at least 45 points in the protection tree to take all the points that just have too much merit to not take as far as tanking is concerned. However, you could argue a few points could be trimmed, but let's just keep it as it is. This essentially amounts to every point in the first 3 rows besides improved Blood Rage and improved Revenge. This is both in part due to the strength of the points, but also because the value of points in the next 2 rows drop and you still need to get down to the deep prot talents. The next 2 rows provide improved Sunder, and this is taken simply to reduce Devastate's rage cost. With or without improved Expose Armor from a rogue, you will be pressing Devastate.
I'll be
easy.
making my own talent build. You know, I'm gonna mess
Discussed
with it. That's gonna
Warriors
be.
above you.
There we go. I need to
Discuss
figure out
talents.
uncrushable and
Let's
see
talk
my
about the stats.
percentages
and
and all
there's a fair
that
bit to cover.
nerdy
I'll try
shit.
to be as clear as possible without boring you to death, because ultimately you could talk at extreme length about these stats, but I'll try and keep it brief.
Well, sure.
Defensive stats wise, tanks are seeking to be uncritical by default, as you probably know. Warriors and paladins are often seeking to be uncrushable for main tanking. Also, to be uncritical, you will need defense or resilience, or a mixture, reaching a total of 5.6% reduced chance to be crit.
Okay.
In terms of per point value, defense is the best option for this, as it also boosts our block, dodge, parry, and chance to be missed as well.
Okay, sure.
On top of decreasing the chance to be crit. 59.15 defense rating grants 1% reduced chance to be crit. So you're looking at 490 total defense to be crit immune on your character.
490. So I need like 500
As
defense.
Resilience
Then I'll be
also offers
uncrushable.
reduction to being crit at
Uncrushable.
39.4 resilience per 1% crit reduction. So that would be 221 resilience rating. That would get you crit immune if you had 0 defense gear. Now let's talk about uncrushable, because bosses are 3 levels above you in combat mechanics. You need 102.4% total mitigation to not receive crushing blows, which are, as you might expect, bigger hits that just aren't quite as large as crits. However, in the case of Warrior, shield block is OP, particularly improved shield block. Provides 75% block chance for the next 2 swings.
An additional attack.
Only need 27.4%
and an additional second. Yeah, I'll probably be taking that.
Whilst shield block is up. Warriors can achieve that number exceptionally easy. If you take our full zoomer build, for example, we have gained 4% parry from deflection, 5% block chance from shield spec.
I'm just now seeing this. It's a 5-second cooldown. And it lasts for 5 seconds. But if I get improved, it lasts 6 seconds. Which means I can have an uptime of shield block all the time. As long as I have the rage for it. Oh shit.
And gain some additional mitigation from the 20 to...
I guess it only lasts 5 seconds, but then it's only worth 2 hits. So if they hit more than 2 times in 5 seconds, 6 seconds technically. Doesn't matter, but sure.
Defense, that's in anticipation points. Which means, with just any old shield equipped, your Pro Warrior is uncrushable whilst shield block is up.
Sure.
Yep, that's right. Full nudity, still uncrushable. Contrasting this to the trials and tribulations that prop paladins have to go through to get uncrushable is actually laughable, to be honest. No laughable. Guesses the biggest strength of prop warriors.
Very laughable.
Now, this is where things are a bit spicy and quite complex to fit into a video intended to be brief and short, essentially. Because warriors are essentially uncrushable without any real effort, you can gear for as much or as little avoidance as possible.
Sure.
This makes a stats breakdown very difficult because it will vary depending on encounter, the tuning that we get, and pilot comfort and what kind of guild/raid you are in. But to summarize, dodge is the most efficient mitigation stat per point for surviving, as it takes less rating to gain 1% dodge than it does parry. Block rating is very efficient at giving mitigation percent at only 7.9 rating per 1%. But blocks still mean receiving damage, so dodge is often valued a little bit better because it clears the entire damage, right? You just don't get hit. Overall though, all are fine if you're seeking chunk. Now let's talk about threat, and also a kind of hybrid stat, and that is shield block value. Shield block value on the defensive side of the game simply improves the amount of damage absorbed by blocks, which are by far the largest portion of mitigated hits, regardless of how heavy you go on the other forms of mitigation, thanks to improved shield block. So ultimately it's reasonably relevant in terms of reducing incoming damage, nothing crazy, but it helps. However, it also double dips as additional shield slam damage, which is the part...
Alright guys, we're going to stand up here real quick. Oh, wrong way. Alright, I'll see you guys up there in a second. Going up. Going up. I'll see you soon. soon. Hey, I'm gone. Hey, wait for me. Boop. Hey, we're here. All right. Now we can stand for a little bit, stretch our...
That is particularly enticing.
Strings.
Put it bluntly, warrior threat doesn't scale too well. And this is one of the better ways to improve it. Essentially putting more damage onto one of our best abilities in Shield Slam because it doesn't scale with AP. So in short, shield block value has a double dip effect as a stat that prot warriors should be very interested in because it also allows you to be fairly aggressive whilst also providing you some chunk. Speaking of double dip stats though, expertise, unsurprisingly, is awesome and far and away the best threat stat whilst also providing solid defensive benefits due to reducing the amount of parry haste on the bosses. I can't give you an exact weight since modern sims are still lacking for warriors, but there is no uncertainty that expertise is an exceptional stat for prot warriors. Following this, threat-wise, you're looking at hit rating to land abilities. Most prot warrior threat is via ability modifiers for threat, rather than the damage being dealt per se, so hit is next up on the list of threat stats, ahead of stats like crit, haste and armor penetration, at least per point. The remaining DPS secondaries are all reasonable for purposes of threat, but fairly low value in the big picture of being sturdy and seeking better threat simultaneously. For that, we would want expertise, hit and shield block value because these definitely stand out as far as threat is concerned whilst remaining chunky. This brings us to the gameplay, and under conditions where rage is effectively infinite, you will use Shield Slam into Revenge into 2 Devastates whilst holding down Heroic Strike over and over and over again for every auto. This is the most effective sequence for generating threat, assuming rage is there to be spent at each juncture. On top of this, you may be keeping up improved demo if you talented this way, though often you can get the arms warrior to do it for you instead. Now, the harder part is of course when rage is not abundant for whatever reason. Whilst the exact sequence will differ on context, threat per rage is in the following order assuming you have improved Heroic Strike and improved Sunder as talents. First and foremost we have Revenge, followed by Shield Slam, followed by Devastate, followed by Heroic Strike. And since Heroic Strike consumes an auto attack that would otherwise generate threat and rage, it is the easiest cut from your gameplay when rage isn't going well. In cases of extreme rage starvation, you would be looking to ensure that revenge is being used as often as possible without delaying
shield bash
your
is happening all the
slam
time, or shield slam is happening all the time.
In terms of AoE threat, you are going to be cycling these same 4 abilities between targets
With
much in the same
Thunderclap.
way, rather than syncing them all into one target, with the only difference is
Thunderclap?
you'll be changing Heroic Strike for cleave, whilst mixing in Thunderclap on cooldown. This brings us to the final basic to cover, and that is race choice. The best options by quite some distance, to be honest, if you're into the whole metagaming, is the expertise races. Humans for Alliance and Orcs for Horde. Tauren is nice for the extra HP, and Dwarf Stoneform is fine/solid also, but the expertise from Orcs and Humans are not, it's not rating. They are 5 total expertise, which essentially means you're getting a free 20 expertise rating just for equipping a weapon type they will frequently have available to them, especially in the case of human. Humans can abuse their racial throughout all phases, whilst Orcs do have a period in phase 2 where there aren't any competitive axes as far as prot is concerned, and the Biscayne prot warrior weapon is a sword in Dragon Encrusted Longblade. That said though, it's still more than worthwhile to go Orc over the other options despite this for the times where you will be using an axe in phase 3 and 1. PvP wise, you're looking at Gnome for Alliance, generally speaking, though Stoneform from Dwarves is pretty good. Whilst Horde, it's a lot closer. Orc again seems to be the consensus PvP pick, but of course you're welcome to go your own route here. I know a lot of people are big fans of the Tauren War Stomp and Extra Chonk and the Hitbox, which did get tweaked. But that does bring us to the juicy part, right? Prot Warrior.
Juicy.
What's good? Well, the obvious one that you'll see everywhere is just how sturdy they are with minimal effort. The quintessential. That brings us neatly to professions.
Sure.
Let's start with blacksmithing. Both armor smithing and swordsmithing specializations offer a pretty good reward that scales up through to phase 2 content, retaining strong itemization and competitiveness with the top options. For example, Blaze Guard is a little better than the phase 1 options available, whilst Blaze Fury is the closest option in phase 2 to the extremely good Mallet of the Tides. Likewise, Bulwark of Kings is the best chest available for threat in phase 1.
BruteBard, don't tempt me, bro. Don't tempt me. I want to tank Dungees. I want to tank Dungees.
Offering an on-use HP boost and strength boost for 15
Why are you
seconds.
putting this in my head?
Bulwark of Ancient Kings, though, the final version, is good, but ultimately you'll want to equip the tier 5 chest in phase 2 as part of the 2-piece bonus. So, whilst blacksmithing is a good option that removes your weapon or chest slot from the RNG fiesta of MMO loot systems,
We wouldn't have a tank.
it isn't too crazy.
We would.
Worth noting, blacksmithing also gives a strong threat chest piece for the end game, but it is typically viewed as inferior to the Muru chest piece. The usual suspects are also fine, but nothing impressive. Dual crafting provides a slightly better stam or AP gem, an early and late game trinket that are nothing special, but at least there as options, whilst enchanting will provide +4 all stats to each ring for a total of +8 from phase 3 onwards. Before phase 3, you'd be stuck with +2 weapon damage on each ring, which isn't anything to write home about, to be honest. From phase 3, enchanting makes a lot of sense, but prior to that, it's very underwhelming from a performance perspective. This then would leave us with engineering and or leatherworking. Engineering is the closest to a slam dunk pick for the prot warrior. Not only do you get chonk trinkets that will help early on, but gnomish flame turrets will help your AoE threat or just your AoE DPS to a good degree, not to mention sappers, which can finally be used since the drum nerf, if you're not one of the 5 raiders on drumming duty, that is, since they share a cooldown. However, that's the awkward part also. Leatherworking is nice for being a drummer, because your guild will need some, but the fact that it incurs a cooldown on sapper charges kind of makes it awkward to go engineering and leatherworking together. All in all, you can see that there's some nice options, but nothing feels like a certified must-have. If you were dead set on min-maxing every last gain, no matter the cost, I would suggest engineering and blacksmithing for phase 1 and 2, particularly swordsmith. Personally, I think that is the best option, because what if you get cucked on your Mallet of the Tides RNG? Followed by engineering and enchanting for phase 3 onwards to get +8 all stats, flame turrets and sappers. That said though, the difference between taking none of these professions or the 2 options recommended
you have to have enchanting,
is not especially huge outside of sappers, probably being used as part of speedruns if you're into that. So unless you're in a speedrunning guild, pick what you like is far from a poor decision as far as prot warrior goes. This then brings us to PvP, and to be honest, I've got nothing to say here. Check out the arms video for PvP because prot warrior has pretty much zero scope to do even moderately well in TBC arenas. To give a quick TLDR of the arms PvP summary though, Resto Druids in 2s, Warlock and Resto Druids in 3s, or Resto Druid Disc in 3s for double healer. These are your best bets as far as the strongest comp options go. 3s are looking like the best home for warrior, given how much mages can abuse warriors on beta with these never breaking frost novas. It's quite ridiculous. So 3s is probably where I would look if I was personally going to try and min-max arena as a warrior, but I'm sure you'll do fine in 2s as well with the rest of Druid. With that said, I'm off to go edit another video. I'll see you next time, hopefully, in your notifications.
Am I crazy that I'm still tempted to play Pally tank? Oh, he got arrested for stealing guitars.
Wait till you hear what Zach from School of Rock was arrested for.
That's not that good.
Yes, it is. In 5 weeks in 2019, Joey Gatos Jr. was busted 4 times for stealing guitars and amps from music stores in Florida.
Rock is about the passion, man!
Joey first stole a $700 guitar from Troll Music in Venice. Then, a few days later, he tried stealing a $2,000 Les Paul guitar at Sam Ash in Manatee County. Joey, aka Zach, was allegedly stealing guitars to pawn them for cash.
But why?
Unfortunately, he was in a tough position, and it was all to pay for a drug addiction. Wait till you hear what Zach...
Yeah. Sticking it to the man. Maybe Dewey was a bad influence. Yeah. Yeah, that's not great. Oh, never mind what. Yeah. I don't know about the drug addiction thing. I think he was an alcoholic. I mean, they say drug addiction. It makes it sound worse. I think he was just like... He's just a drunk. I don't think... I watched like a thing about it. You can laugh. Who cares? He shouldn't be stealing guitars, bro. Like, no servers. Oh, the servers are down for the PTR. Great, great, great. Our servers... No, you're on, so they can't be that down. Excuse me. Said that about the Xiaomi. Now you got me thinking again.
I was totally kidding.
Yeah, I'm not gonna play Xiaomi just because I want to tank, but Paladin is not sounding terrible at the moment.
Yeah.
I would go Druid, honestly. If Brian wasn't a Druid, I would go Druid, but
He sounded like he liked the Warrior when you were talking about it before.
yeah. After watching these videos, though, it's like, it's gonna be... I'm just curious. I don't want to, like, waste a boost on a Warrior and then not find a group or something. I'm sure it'll be fine. Alright, let's do some UI and let's clean up this UI. Start from scratch. That's how I like to do it. We'll leave those. That's the one that swaps. Ew. don't hate that. Having the stances over here. Then I could do this. Make it a little tower. But I need to find where my... Oh, ew. I need to know where... that is clear in my melee swings. So let's go to weak auras. Lava damage, we're gonna turn off. Thorns off. That's the thing, I want to move this one only. I guess that'll have to do. Alright, that stuff's good. I don't hate the layout. Start landing some macros where stuff should be. These can just hide. Oh shit. So Sunder's pretty important. Shield block is pretty important. Cleave's pretty important. Charge, obviously. Dash for the interrupt. Wall. I think we do those two. See, those two can get hidden because they pop up. That's pretty important. Put charge there. Taunt. War buff. Shield block bash, shield wall, cleave. And I want thunderclap there first, cleave underneath it, then shield block. Maybe I'm like that. Hamstrings, a slow. Rend, we'll put next to charge. Heroic strike. Did I make macros for the screams? They're not even. Yeah, okay, so I can delete this one. I can delete that one. Alright, execute. We'll. Execute pops up as well, so we'll do that. What's the other one that pops up? It was the rage, so that'll kind of go there. Slam there. Pummel's a kick, we'll put it there. That can get moved. We need to put intervene there, and then the other one will go there. Rage in case I need. Mocking blows like another fake taunt. Actually, we'll do that. We'll put whirlwind there with mocking blow underneath. Excuse me. See if there's anything else I'm forgetting, but whoo-wee. Oh shit. All this is gonna get swapped around when we're in stances. I forgot about all that. Shit. Oh, that's fine. All the macros will we'll have to do once we get the abilities, because too much on my brain right now to remember every single ability that I'm going to get at 70. But I like the layout. I got some ideas. Oh, be right back. Cool. Chad, I think that'll do it. Unfortunately, I'm feeling some kind of way. I'm tired, half out of it. Hate to say it. We're gonna end it on that note, ladies and gents. Have a great night. Have a good evening. We'll catch you on the flip side.
Kai, you alive out there, man? Is there anybody out there? Is there anybody out there?